Capital said you can check again now to see if you got your invite.
What's going on?
You bet ready? Let's go.
I don't see it on the thing. Hold on 1 second, Steve. I'm not seeing it on. There it is. Okay.
Well, let's go. It's 9 o'clock.
Welcome, everybody, to Quasar Markets Live. I'm Howard Greenberg, your host today, and I am so excited. I have Stephen Big Beat Orr, the founder and CEO of Quasar Markets. Steve, thank you for joining me this morning. Excited to get ready to go?
I mean, it's been a year in progress, and here we are. Howard, look, it's very simple. The markets are moving here this morning, and I'm back in the hot seat again, being asked questions like yourself, and I'm very excited for the future here at Quasar Markets. So things have really progressed over the last year, and I am looking forward to seeing how they progress over the next 20, 30 years.
Awesome. So excited. What are you looking at this week as we start to look at the markets? I'm seeing right now NASDAQ getting ready to open maybe a little bit down, S&P a little bit up. We know Powell had the big talk on Friday, used the word cut. And what are you thinking here this week?
Yeah, I mean, there's still some nervousness, skittishness out there in the markets. We saw that in the minute that Powell started talking about let's do some cuts. We all knew that it was already predicted. We already seen the market pushing up on those cuts. But I always like to say, be careful what we ask for. There's a reason why you have to cut, and that's because there's something wrong in the markets, right? I'm looking at the 10-year right now, and I haven't seen the 10-year at 3.784% in a long time. It had been over 5 for a while. So yeah, I mean, there's so many people that were watching Jackson Hole and what Powell was saying. But let's be real honest. I mean, I think that you're going to see a little bit of a nervousness going into two things. Number one is the election, obviously. And then number two, obviously, is how big is the cut going to be? Is the cut going to be 50 basis points or only 25 bips? And I tell you, I don't think it's going to be 50. I think it's going to be 25. I think we're going to get one in September and one in December. And because of that, the market may be tempered as pushing up here. But there's still some bullishness here in the market because two things. Number one is there's a lot of money still on the sidelines. That sidelines money is sitting pretty heavy. And number two is the nervousness that I've seen over the weekend is credit card delinquencies. They're way up. And because of that, the banking system here is going to be a problem. So there's this malaise right now because of the election, because of some of the policies in the Fed. And so because of all of that, I think people just don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. I'm watching some earnings this week. I'm always interested in what's going on in the crypto side of it and looking at Bitcoin. You have Argo, one of the first Bitcoin miners that are going to report this week. And then I'm more interested in the consumer goods sector. You got Nordstrom's, you got Kohl's, Abercrombie, Ulta. So what, is Buffett big bet paying off already? We'll find out this week, right? I know it's already moved for him once everybody else figured it out. What earnings are you looking at this week? Anybody you're watching?
Yeah, I think the big one's NVIDIA this weekend. I think the whole world is watching NVIDIA and see how those chipsets are doing. Look, it's an interesting position here for NVIDIA. AI is still in the first inning, and you got to have those NVIDIA chipsets for AI. You got to have NVIDIA chipsets for crypto. You got to have NVIDIA chipsets to watch videos. They're really cornering the market on every situation here. So yeah, totally. There's a big issue here. And you saw Snowflake last week do quite well, and stock fell. So that's a problem, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this week you got Salesforce, CrowdStrike. That should be an interesting one. I want to hear that earnings report for sure. I want to see what they have to say after the disaster that they had last month. We definitely want to see how they recover, what they look for, what they guide. That's one, you and I were talking earlier about how the buy the dip mentality has really been, prevalent. We've seen it through the day traders and, the sort of retail traders out there. Is that going to pay off for the folks that jumped on that after the crash last week?
Well, I think in a lot of ways, the crash last week was still a buy the dip mentality. I mean, you're not quite out of that yet, right? You're still seeing people that like I said, there's so much cash in the sidelines. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest investors in the world here, Warren Buffett, is sitting on a pile of cash. And I think one of the things that people have to look at is when he goes whale hunting, he's going to be looking for companies to buy that have been beaten up, that produces long-term cash, that he can fix, right? And so that's a problem. I think that when you have that much cash in silence and you're not making a move, then maybe he's seeing something that we're not seeing too as well, and that could be true. But look, I've said this a million times over the last 6 months. It's still tech, tech, tech.
It does seem that way. We'll see if that tide's turned a little bit with Alta and, his buy there. What does he do next? Where does he deploy that money, like you were saying? Did see he did add to his Oxy position also. I know you've always been a fan of that position. That was another one that he added to, sort of been under the radar, that you haven't really heard much talk about on that. I'm interested too about shipping. I know you had some opinions on what's going on in the worldwide shipping markets. You want to touch a little bit on what you think there? I know Costco, which is the world's largest shipping container company, is going to be reporting this week on the 28th, I believe, 29th, excuse me.
Yeah, you saw this morning these numbers for durable good orders minus defense was up 10.4%. They were expecting, the prior number there was minus 7%. Big businesses don't go in buying durable goods unless there's a reason for it, right? And so because of that, they're preparing for the future. It could be because of the holiday buying season coming up and the durable goods orders, meaning that they need to produce durables. But look, it's when I look at minus defense and minus transports, it's down 0.2%. So transportation, the big numbers there.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be interesting to keep our eyes on when it comes to that. We see Apple. What do you think? You seen anything on Apple or the other computer providers besides Nvidia that you're looking at right now?
With Apple, I think there's a couple of things that I saw. One thing that I saw over the weekend, and I'm always the first person to complain about Apple products. I think that they're always lagging with their technology. But I think that they're now going into robotics. I saw that over the weekend. I do like that a lot. Finally, Apple's getting into it. I know Apple always talked about building its own car. That's silly, right? But I do think robotics and Apple does fit together. That they have the technology to do that. To being a car company is not easy, and Apple took on a little too much there. I do think that robotics really fits right into what Apple is doing. And they're talking about a company that's sitting on a pile of cash. That's another company sitting on a pile of cash. So they could just buy a robotics company.
Yeah, without a doubt. They haven't been big in the acquisitions over the years, but the ones they've made have paid off for them, without a doubt. That goes without saying. So we're getting ready here to open in about 22 minutes, and again, we're still looking at the Nasdaq looking to open down a little bit, S&P up a little bit. What about metals? Have you been looking at anything? I know that you were big into gold and palladium a few months ago. Are you still riding high with those, or what do you got going on in the metal sector these days?
I think the hot one's been silver, silver, silver. I mean, I think it's almost like the buy of the century here. I mean, when we got down to about $16, $17 an ounce, as you know, a lot of us were buying heavy into silver. I haven't been buying any silver lately. I'm letting the price ride up a bit here. We're almost $30 again. I'm looking at it over there. It's looks like $29.96 now, back $30. I think we go to $50 on silver, especially if the Fed begins to cut heavily. You'll see a big number there. But look, right, it's very simple here. Cash, cash, cash. And I want to see where they put the cash. So when you look at metals in general, you have to wonder whether or not the gold markets, if you see it from a perspective of large countries, Russia, Japan, India, are those countries buying more gold? And right now they're loving gold. They're still buying gold. My goodness, 25, 23 now an ounce. We're getting into uncharted territory here. Does it go to 3,000 to 5,000 an ounce? Maybe. But one of the things I saw over the weekend, first time in ever that a gold brick, a gold bar turned into $1 million. So that's a psychological place for a lot of people, a lot of countries.
Yeah, and like you were saying, I do think that it's one of those psychological things. When we hit 3,000, what happens? That's something question for our guy Peter Thomas over at AU Secure, one of the partners here at Quasar Markets. That's really been giving us a lot of insights. I know in our Slack channel about what's going on. He was one of the ones with yourself talking up that silver, which was such a great buy a few months ago. Last night we had a little bit of a fight, you and I, between our football teams there. I know, we don't talk a ton of sports here, but last night was the Commanders there versus my Patriots. One of the things we were talking about earlier this morning, you and I, though, was as we've seen a lot of the different in gold move up, we haven't seen Bitcoin really take that move. And one of the questions I had for you was, we have been reading some articles and talking a lot again amongst ourselves about how DraftKings is pulling a lot of money out of the stock market. And I saw the Wall Street Journal covered that a week ago or so, and showing all the money and how millennials and some of the younger generations are putting more money into sports gambling than actually into the markets. And I do think that that is having a downward effect on Bitcoin's price, sort of holding it back right now, because what we've seen is on a weekly basis, it's been a sell-off weekend, and then we start to buy back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday prices, accelerated. What are you seeing out there that way?
Yeah, it's a good point, Howard. That when you look at it from the perspective of cash, we've been talking about cash for the first few minutes here. That where is cash actually going? So if people aren't actually investing in stocks or cryptos or bonds or futures, what are they putting the money at? And right now we're seeing sports betting is very high right now. DraftKings is doing very well. And people always ask me, why sports? Why do you care? Because it's a time when the markets start to slow down, right? The Olympics, we saw the market starting to slow down. We saw the market slow down during March Madness. You see, and guess what else slows down the market? Going into the football season. Here we are going into the playoffs in baseball. You're starting to see soccer and football around the world now starting to get in some of the. So look, it's going to happen. And I'll tell you, I was in Chicago a few weeks ago, and looking at the new DraftKings bar up in Chicago was huge screens.
Yeah.
I was shocked, and people were coming in there. There were huge lines, and they were in not only there to drink and to buy food, but they were also in there betting.
Yeah, the whole thing with the live betting in those sites is unbelievable to me. I hadn't really seen that. I was just recently in Reno myself for a wedding and saw that in action where people are just, literally play by play making bets based upon what's going to happen next. Definitely a change that I hadn't seen, and a way in the market that's a little different there for sure. That definitely was interesting to me, and I do think it's a change to the market, between that and the advent of these 0-day traders that are trading 0-day options. I know you've been railing about it. I think it's taken on the genre of, your most hatred thing for years was leverage in crypto. And that was was probably the thing you were highest on the pedestal to beat down. And luckily, that has now seems to be under control as, they've shut down a lot of those sites with the 100x leverage and all that. The next one's got to be some of this gambling and the access and the way that it's just become so ingrained into it that it's, again, it's not. They don't build those casinos that big with anybody else with their own money. They build it with our money, so to speak. Not many people win in the long term, as we were talking.
Yeah. You don't build, Vegas wasn't built in a day, right? And it wasn't built on winners. So, the gambling is very lucrative until they lose. But, one of the things that you're seeing, and I think this is interesting, is the two times when Vegas does well is in very bad times and in very good times. The time that the gambling doesn't do very well is the malaise time, the time when things are okay and they're not sure, right? Should I, that's when I think you'll start to see some of the markets start to move a bit. But right now, here we going into September. One of the worst months in the markets is September and early October. So for the downside. So as you know, one of my rules of trading is play what you know, and also is to play the game in front of you. So I tell people to stick to what they know and understand the market, and I tell people to just relax a bit because I think the market's going to slow down.
Yeah, you definitely have to be ready to play both sides of that trade. It's something we've also been talking about a lot in trading rooms that we've seen in some of the places that we do some advising. Is that too many of these day traders also are perma bulls. I get so many questions a day of how to trade out of bad positions, as opposed to someone who's figured out that you have to have a little bit of coverage to the downside. You got to play the hand in front of you. Will you explain a little bit more about what that means? And one of your big beats, big rules of trading is that playing the hand in front of you.
Yeah, I mean it's very simple. We the markets change every day, and I love that. It's another rule of mine, right? But when you say play the game in front of you, it kind of really means that as the market changes and as you start to see different things happening, make sure that you're understanding everything around it, right? Make sure you understand as I always say, the world always matters. Look, you have to look at it from two perspectives. So the first perspective that you have to look at is what factors are affecting the markets right now. And I think a big one here now is Powell, and I think a second one is the cash. We've been talking about that all morning, and so people don't know what to do with it. When you find out what the market is doing and which way we're going and pushing, yeah, then I think okay, then you can invest whether you're going long or short. Look, right now the markets have been buy the dip mentality. We're still seeing that every time the market falls down, people are buying right back into it. Why? Because there's cash in the sidelines. Why? Because Powell is talking about cutting rates. So that's I think why you're seeing the negative. You're seeing the negative media. You're seeing possibly cuts in the markets with the interest rates. So right now, looking at it, it looks like five. Goodness sakes, 3.78%. So when you're looking at all of these things, when I look at the market, I'm saying, okay, we see rates coming down, and the biggest thing that's affected by it is car buying as well as house buying. So you know what? If you know the real estate, as if you're an agent or you're in the DR Horton space or whatever, look, people are going to start buying homes again. So look at Home Depot, look at Lowe's, and especially when you're seeing these numbers coming out for like Walmart and Costco. Are they spending more money? They're probably going to spend more money on their house.
That's a great point. It's something that you really did a great job in advising me back in the day. I remember as we were coming out of there, and you had you were at money.net at that point, and we were talking about stuff is as houses where people were buying those second houses and moving out of the big cities, pointing to the auxiliary businesses that were going to benefit your Lowe's, your Home Depots. Those are the stores people are going to decorate, right? So Bed Bath and Beyond, those type of things really took off after that. You got to be ahead of that. I think there's those cyclical changes are things that sometimes get neglected also. Not tech isn't going to be the only thing that goes up there. Another one that I would point out that you've brought up in the past that we haven't talked about lately is like a Martin Marietta right now, as the infrastructure bill stuff is all now being allocated. Now we got a bump back a year and a half ago when it all got announced, but the bottom line is, as we know from our friends in DC, that money's just right now starting to hit the streets. It hasn't really gotten there yet, so you're going to see that trickle through effect.
Yeah, one of the things, unfortunately, we're seeing too is when you talk about the buying, is in the war area, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. They're building rockets. We saw this morning, unfortunately, that Russia attacked Ukraine once again with 1,000 drones. That's a lot of drones hitting. 5 will kill this morning. That's not good, right? And it is adding to the malaise out in the markets right now. You're starting to see that. You started to see this morning with Egypt and Sisi saying that you're still not getting a deal there in Israel and Hamas. There's some problems around the world, and we're also seeing problems when it comes to Taiwan and Japan. Let's hope that they back off a bit. China and Taiwan. Let's hope that they back off a bit. But when you start to see the governments of the world arguing and fighting as they have, there's a problem. So we need to make sure that we're in that mode of understanding of how it affects the markets. And right now, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin are supplying those rockets.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that goes to playing the hand in front of you. If there is some turmoil, if there is more, conflict, and I don't think there's any way we're going to sort of avoid that. Um, those are some plays to take a look at. Another thing that we were talking about just a little while ago with the sports gambling, you had been talking about how Hollywood is still one of the big exports. I would actually argue now that sports might be the U.S.'s largest export to the rest of the world. What is most important? You see it during the Olympics. They want access to LeBron. They want access to Tom Brady and Mahomes and these people. So I do think that that's the other aspect that we sometimes overlook is the entertainment aspect, not only in the way that sports is affecting, like we said, the dollars coming out of sports books, but also the fact that look at all of the Viacoms and the Xfinities and those companies. What are they spending all their money on? Where is the billions and billions being spent on athletes? I mean, I'm a big fan of Real Madrid. Mape, they're talking about Vinicius Jr. signing for $350 million a year in the Saudi league.
Yeah. Well, the Saudis have money to spend, right? And they're pushing their golf tournaments. They're pushing the sports, and they want to be the biggest player in the sports world. And I can see that. And look, I think that they've got the money to do it. That's the biggest thing that in sports you need, right? You need to build these huge stadiums, and you need to hire the best players around the world, and they're working on that now. But when you look at it from the perspective of humans in general trying to create the largest spectacles on earth, you already have lots of those venues, right? United States, obviously, UK and some of the in the European Union already have those sports venues. You've got to build it's a sports venue, and you saw the last one being built was in Vegas. And look at it now, it's one big spectacle. And so, I don't want to go back to the old Roman days of bread and circus, right? But that's what's kind of happening, right? You're seeing these problems around the world, and they're pushing sports. And the companies like DraftKings and Penn, ENN, are having a field day with sales. And Dave Portnoy, they're really doing it. So.
Yeah, and I think part of that is also, I can speak for myself, is TV has taken such a huge leap forward that you've got to give me a reason to go see the game live now, because the coverage is so good on with the TVs and again the above camera angles that they can pull out and all the different stuff, that's where you're seeing that it's not just the going to see a football game. I want to be entertained. I want to have great restaurants, great food, great drinks. It's got to be that party atmosphere. It's got to be easy to get to because it isn't cheap. So you got to make it convenient and do some of the other stuff. But you are seeing that big change, and that's what's separating teams. Why does Dallas have enough money to spend on some of these players, or why do the Celtics? It's Real, and again, why Real Madrid, my soccer team, because they have some of the best stadiums out there. I've seen Vegas's new stadium. I know you were at the Sphere recently, and saw what they're doing between those two stadiums. It's unbelievable what you get when you go to a game now. It's not like the old days at Fenway Park where I grew up, and you could barely fit in your seat, and you got popcorn if you were lucky, and a bad hot dog.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you look at those stadiums, I think two things you have to look at. Number one is, how is the family affected, right? We know that families now are an important part of it, and the game itself sometimes isn't the only thing going on, right? And I think Busch Stadium in St. Louis, they've got family fun areas, and outside of it, they've got like what they call Ballpark Village. That it's all things around that too as well. So look, when you go to a game, it's a whole amusement park in a lot of ways, and I think that's not going to stop. I think it's only going to get bigger. Going to Wrigley Field not too long ago, I went to see the Cardinals Cubs games, and it was all the places around Wrigley Field that was going in the music and the fun excitement around it. And I thought that was very cool. All right, let's get to it, Hondo. Look, it's very simple. We've got about 6 minutes now until the Open, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a push here. I think we'll see buyers stepping in right at the Open.
It does look that way. It looks like Nasdaq's getting ready to open about flat. Like we said, S&P is up about 0.16 right now. Markets, yeah, getting looks like it might be a little bit of a green day to start off with. The question is going to be, I know we've seen a lot of that die down in the afternoons. Is it going to be, buying in the morning and then the sell off in the afternoon, or do we get a ripper today?
I don't think we get a ripper. I think everybody's waiting on some of the earnings. I think this is exactly what we're asking right this morning was that what are the earnings going to look like? And we saw Snowflake really kind of give good earnings and fell. NVIDIA last time gave good earnings and fell. I think a lot of it has to do with the guidance. And right now, I don't think a lot of companies are having that feeling right now.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too, like you have taught me in the past, is the stock market's looking out 6, 8, 9 months in advance. So, the earnings, when you get to earnings and they report, a lot of that's already been baked into it. The people, there's so many estimates now, so many analysts that are covering these things that a lot of that money gets baked in before the earnings reports. You got to be playing that, a little bit earlier than you used to with the advent of the ability for day traders to jump in as quickly as they can. And especially now that you got the money settled accounts and you don't have as much worries about daily trading limits and things like that out there.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, zero DTEs, I call them the death contracts for a reason, right? They just die at the end of the day, and I think a lot of people don't really understand them, and they're playing them like lotto tickets, and it's not good, right? But I get it. You buy 1,000 of them, and hopefully that one of them makes it. That's always one of those issues. Look, it's affecting the markets a little bit, but to be honest with you. Well, I think when you look at the markets in general for the, let's say, 401ks and the bigger money coming in, they're only looking at right now at cash flow in companies. So if you're seeing major companies with major cash flow, I think you're seeing investments into that, or they're seeing these high tech companies that are producing new stuff like AI. I heard the other day someone said the AI boom is over. That's kind of like saying the internet was over in 1991, right? It was just in the first inning, and everybody was freaked out. I mean, like, no, we're this is nothing. AI will be involved in every aspect of your life eventually. So, no, I think that you're starting to see the little bit of a shakeout here in the AI world, but no, I think it's going to be a part of our life, the rest of our lives. All right, we got about 2 minutes here into the open, and we're already seeing buyers stepping in already as the shorts tried to push this morning, but I don't think that's going to happen here.
Okay, as we pull up here to opening, one of the things you talked about a little earlier is we got durable goods orders. Looks like they went up a little bit here in July, so that seems to be moving in the right direction.
Yeah, we're seeing Bitcoin here, 63,852. We got slipped a bit this morning, and here we are right back up a bit.
Yeah, like I said, it's up about 10% over the last 7 days, so it hasn't performed poorly. What we've seen too is a bunch of government sell-off. Will be interesting with Telegram's CEO, arrested. That's got a little bit of the crypto world and up in arms, and I think that's also having a little bit of a drag on the market when it comes to your sort of crypto bulls right now, as he was one of the biggest Bitcoin bulls, quite honestly.
Seeing the price of oil here now sitting at 77.27 now a barrel. That's going to affect. I think you're going to see the SPR also being picked up too as well. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The government will probably be buying some here. Looking around the markets a little bit, the advanced decline line is positive by 617 here in the New York Stock Exchange. So I think you'll see some buyers, but the 10-year is still slipping here, 3.782%. So I look at the home builders. I think that's a good place to start to invest in again.
Do you have any favorites in the home builders side that you like over there?
Yeah, I still like DR Horton. I think that's a place where a lot of people have been investing, but I don't know. I think any of it. Home Depot is another one that's been beaten up a little bit. I think you can definitely see that one.
I will tell you, I've seen all of those national home builders here in my area in Ohio are just on a rampage of building, and where you haven't seen many other houses sell. One of the things I've noticed is that those houses tend to sell because they build the house, they have that built-in profit. What they do is they'll buy down points for these buyers,
Yep.
as I've been talking to some buyers in the markets as to why they chose to go with one of the national builders and do that. And a lot of it is, it's sort of like the car, car dealerships. There's incentives built in. There's all this stuff that they're able to do that you don't see in the in the other side of the housing market. So
Well, we
that will
see
be
the
interesting.
market. The market has opened here, and we are seeing the tick pushing higher here around 281. Little slippage, but I'm not too worried about it. Looking at Snowflake here, 115.54. Looks like the buyers are stepping in there as well. Starting to see Nvidia pushing a little bit up 0.19%. That oil is really holding up against it, up 3.31% this morning. Boeing is 173.70 here, down about 0.72%. One thing I've been watching a lot is Albemarle and the lithium markets here, ALB, now up about 0.93%. So I liking that a little bit. Last week I talked about it on Schwab Network that SAVE, that Spirit Airlines, now up another 0.71% to 282. So, oil will definitely affect the airline prices. So there you go. Yeah.
Without a doubt, that is definitely one of their biggest expenses.
It's 116.58 now. They're on snow, pushing a little bit. Dow now up about now up 112 points. So they're seeing a little push. Nasdaq here down about 17 points, but that's okay. I think we'll see green here in a few minutes here as the shakeouts happening. There it is. Oil still pushing high, 77.44 now, and spot gold 25.24 now an ounce, still
Wow.
pushing here. We're now seeing, there it is, silver now sitting at the 30 handle here, now up 0.58%. Another one that I think a lot of people like is cocoa. Cocoa now sitting up 0.24% to 92.24 there. There you go. Snowflake popping now up 1% here, up to 117 now. I think I said that. Look, we've been talking about it, that the markets are
Yep.
just in the dip. So, yeah, there it is.
Definitely seeing them pop up here. So Nasdaq looking to close down, get to even here. It looks like Dow Jones up about 0.17%. Take a look at the
CrowdStrike
market.
slipping here down 0.47%. Probably some nervousness right before the earnings here. Now sitting here at the 270 handle, 270.37 now. There you go. There you go. Snowflake, 117.23. We talked about that this morning. Now the 117.30 now popping here on Snowflake. So there should be some people out there that are pretty happy this morning here.
Absolutely.
That we've been talking about that, Howard. Hondo, buy the dip mentality is still in the market. If you see things that have been beaten up, there's so much cash on the sideline that people are buying those kind of stocks. Look at there you go. The Nasdaq now just now turned green as we spoke about that this morning. So the buyers are coming in.
We are seeing that for sure.
Tick now up 83, so we're seeing a flat line on the tick, but advanced decline line now seeing a plus 14.47. So that's adding to the bullishness here in the day.
SPY now up 0.3%, 563. Do you have any pivot point or anything you're looking at the SPY for today to try to get towards?
No. I just right now I don't know that the numbers really matter right now. I think people are just indiscriminately buying or indiscriminately selling right now. I don't think there's any specific. Now I know that as you know personally, my favorite one of my favorite lines is linear regression on the markets, and I do think that is playing a little bit of. We're seeing Snowflake pushing back a little bit here. Some sellers just hit the market there. You're seeing here Albemarle still another 0.5%. Nvidia now up 1%. A lot of money still flowing in Nvidia, 130.48 right. Yeah. There you go. The Nasdaq
Nvidia is just a beast right now. It almost seems like Nvidia's taken a lot of Teslas. It's become the Tesla of 2024. It's the one that every time you think it's going to slow down, it just keeps on. I used to say, don't fade the Musk. You know, that's what it seems like with Nvidia lately. Is it just breaks to new highs, bounces down, bounces right back.
Yeah, I mean, it's still buy the dip mentality. It's what we've been talking about for a while here now. Yeah, I mean, and oil is having a struggle here on the struggle bus a little bit. We're starting to see a little bit 77.34 is a little bit. Seeing some sellers stepping in now. It ticked now down almost 200 here as sellers are pushing it a little bit, maybe some profit taking. 63,660 now on Bitcoin. Yeah, it was a little bit of profit taking, but not much. I'm not too worried about this here yet.
No, market's still moving.
Seeing some news here in our look, Quasar institutional news popping here says that Mullen Automotive, MULN, now entering into a $210 million contract with Volt Mobility.
Wow. I haven't seen. Have you seen many of the electric semis on the road? I haven't as I've been driving. That's the one thing I haven't noticed so far.
Yeah, here we go again. We're pushing up again. Those dip buyers are stepping right back in. Boeing now down 1.11% here.
I did see in news on Boeing that the Starliner was coming back without the two astronauts, and that the SpaceX was going to have to bring them back later in the year. That can't be helping any. There's a company that has gotten more fundamental bad news than anybody I've seen in a long time in the last 6 months.
But considering all that bad news, Hondo, I mean, the truth of the matter is that they're still holding up pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a death knell for most other companies.
With that kind of news, you're seeing Lunar LUNR, Intuitive Machines, now up 3% now at 540 now a share. LUNR. Right, there we go, pushing higher here now on snow. Now the highs a day, 117.45 now, up almost 1% here. Tick now flat on the day. Now push positive here on the day. 117.65 now on snow.
I know you mentioned Save a few minutes ago. Another airline that seems to be rebounding since Elliott got involved has been Southwest. I do think that they have. That's one that's got some interesting things going on at a fundamental level. They're going to change their whole concept of open seating. That should be interesting.
Yeah, I have a good friend that's he's a pilot there, and it's 50 years of how they've been doing their stuff, right, and running their business, and now suddenly change it. Look, the markets in the world are changing, and I think companies have to change with it, or they just die, right, on the vine. But I'm not a big fan of this administration's not allowing airlines to merge. I think this is a big problem. Lena Khan stopping the Save and JetBlue, Spirit and JetBlue merger, their JBLU. That's caused some problems. Those two companies are a lot alike, and they can maybe help. There's
Spirit stock I know had been way down. One of the things that you pointed out last week when you were on Schwab, it's been beaten down to death since that. Quite honestly, and that's a big part of it is not allowing them to merge together. I know they laid off a bunch of pilots there recently.
They did.
Cut down a lot of their routes. And in fact, I saw a warning went out to consumers to be worried about buying, tickets, because what happens if they go under. So that's something too where you start to see that stuff work together against the stock. One thing that you've pointed out, and maybe you could talk a little bit here, is sometimes there is what you're looking at is what does the breakup price look like? What if they do get bought out? What does that do to the price? What are the planes worth? You pointed that out to me, and I know both of us are a big fan of Peter Lynch, the famous trader, and he really made a lot of money over the years looking at breakup values of a few different companies that weren't necessarily even worth their book values. So maybe if you could talk to our viewers a little bit about that.
Yeah, whenever you're looking at a company in that perspective, right, of a breakout value, I always look at especially with a company like that. A good example of that would have been during COVID. A lot of people were just shorting the cruise lines, and the cruise lines are over. RCL, CCL, NCL, NCLH. You when you look at those, I always what I say back then. The price of the stock is worth less than the actual ships. That's ridiculous. The breakout value also you have to worry about is let's say hotels. What the property values are. When you look at the property value breakup of Spirit Airlines, you got to look at around $4, $5, $6 just minimum, just in the planes alone, right? And so and those routes are not cheap. So when you have those routes, you can also sell those routes as well. So yeah, no, I think the breakout value. I think the value of Spirit Airlines is very undervalued, but that's just my opinion. We don't tell anybody what to buy or sell here.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We just tell them the things you should look at when you want to do that.
We're seeing that Qatar, the country, has struck another 15-year LNG supply deal here with Kuwait. That's a big deal. So Kuwait and Qatar are getting along quite nicely there, especially in the oil markets.
See, McQuarrie highlighted DraftKings as a top online stock to own. I think one we were just talking about earlier today.
Talking about it, yeah.
So that's funny.
The tick now pushing up here, up about 200. So you should see another push here, and markets should be coming in a little bit. And I think the rest of the day, I think we're going to start to see a little bit of a chill out here, shall we say. We're seeing OBGL has been halted to the upside here, OBLG.
See, Exxon just came out. They see oil demand holding all the way through 2050 at current levels. I think that will make many of the electric people happy.
Bitcoin slipping here a bit, 63,520 now. One thing I would be looking at later this afternoon, in the morning here, 11:30 this morning, we're going to see the bond auction, the government. I really want to see what the appetite is right now for bonds. So, is it still pretty strong? I don't know.
Question there for you too, Steve, is with a guy like Buffett's money on the sideline, is that some of the stuff that he's be propping up, so to speak, a little bit because he has that money, short-term treasuries, bonds. Is that sort of affect that market a little bit?
Yeah, he talk about the guy that owns the most treasuries, right? That's the guy. He owns more U.S. treasuries than anybody. So yeah, interesting.
NASDAQ just slipped negative again. We had gone up for a few seconds there.
Libya now says that one of their oil companies will start partial reduction in production due to continued pressure. Wow. Wells Fargo now lowering Amazon's price target to 225 from 232. That's going to affect people and their buying habits.
Without a doubt, that will.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Nasdaq slipping here a bit. Now down 23 points. But the Dow is still pushing higher here. Disney at 91.27 now, up about 0.76%. IBM, the strong move here, 196.92 up 0.42%. Look, that thing was under 160 not too long ago, and I think that was during their earnings, and that's a good example of what was happening, right? You saw buy the dip, and now we're almost back at 200. And you talk about a company that's in the AI space. I mean, that is a very strong AI right now.
And that's not one you normally, most people would put with that. That would be a play on the AI side.
We're seeing the good old ticker O, letter O. They're the REIT. They are up 0.8% to 61.58. They took a slip a bit last week and over the course of a last month, actually. And there's another good example of buy that dip mentality. NVIDIA now 130.35 now, up 0.8%.
S&P trying to get up towards the record highs here.
NASDAQ slipping even more here a little bit. We're seeing unusual options in both Weibo, which is WB, Hecla Mining, Faraday, FFIE, Peloton, PTON, Kava, CAVA, Cleveland Cliffs, CLF, Toast, TOST, JD.com, JD, and Roku, ROKU. So seeing some unusual options there. It is interesting about Russia attacking Ukraine's power grid. They're not attacking people now; they're attacking their power grids, so they can't really do much. That is interesting to me.
That is, yeah. I mean, it's a change in their approach for sure. I think that they've realized probably that they can't sway the Ukrainian people. I think that they now have to work on that, is trying to actually take out the infrastructure.
Well, you think about it, a country like Ukraine being able to push all the way into Russia as they have, that to me is speaks volumes to the Ukrainian people.
Seeing a lot of volume on TNXP here, Tonix Pharmaceuticals, showing me as the most active by volume so far today, with about a 21% move up.
Yeah, they have a partnership to develop an mpox vaccine there. We saw this back during COVID. Anytime we saw a vaccine coming through, is this going to pop a stock? Tonix has been a good company, but they've had some rough times over the last couple of years. As a biotech trader, Tonix to me could be one of those. But mpox is really affecting a lot of countries right now.
Right. Oh yeah. Absolutely. You are seeing a resurgence of COVID. I know, unfortunately, I had some family that was in the hospital, and they were absolutely just bombarded again. So people definitely still getting sick.
State Street now calls their global macro strategist, senior one, NVIDIA is as a catalyst for the markets. So there you go. We're talking about that this morning about NVIDIA being the catalyst. I agree with that, right?
Yep.
As Apple goes, or as Walmart goes, or as IBM goes back in the day, it could be now as NVIDIA goes, the market goes. So that could be a leader right now.
Prestige Wealth, another one that has huge volume here, huge pumper, plus 102% today. That is PWM on the NASDAQ.
IBM is said to close China's R&D department, affecting over 1,000 jobs. Looks like more companies are pulling out of China here.
I did see Temu's parent company was down about 16% coming into today. So we are seeing some big volume on some of these micro pumpers. That's another one that's really interesting. I know I'll be talking later in the week with Charlie Moon from Prosper Trading Academy about the way that these micro pumpers, 102% this Prestige Wealth, PWM today. These things have just sort of been popping out of the blue, up 100, 200, 300% in a day. They're mimicking the most crazy of the meme stocks back in the day, or the most crazy of the meme coins on the crypto side. Let's see what else we're seeing here for some of the biggest gainers.
And it just feels like the market's chilled out a bit with Nvidia now slipping below the 130 handle here, 129.67 now, only up 0.25%. Ripple now 0.59, 59 cents there, meaning to me that it can't hold that 60 cents down. Ripple, it seems like
that's been a tough area for it. That 60%, 60 cents for sure. Keeps getting to it, keeps getting knocked down. Although I will tell you, it hasn't. Again, one that's been holding up since the SEC hearing. Got another biotech for you to take a look at. MRM, Metarom, up 194% here, over 200%. Another one that's just popping. Man, these things are nuts. 16.7 million in volume. That's crazy. Frey, another one. Frey. Frey, another micro pumper right here.
And what's interesting is in our platform, Market Movers is in the platform. You can see these right in the platform. All you need to do is attach the U.S. Market Movers. It's right in the system, and you can put it right in there, and it'll show you the big pumpers and the dumpers in the morning.
Give me 1 second. I'll actually take us right to that here. So if you look over here on the right side of my screen, you can actually see that ALAR, the biggest loser so far today, down about 30.3%. As we look at gainers, like I said, MRM up 210%, PWM up 95.92. One of the amazing things about this site that you've put together, Steve, this protocol platform, whatever you want to, what we call it here, is that everything right in front of you. As you can see, I've got my heat maps right up here. I'm able to go through, see that. I've got my ticker across the top. It's funny, very gray day. You're not seeing, if you look at those heat maps, that's pretty much not a lot moving there, right, Steve?
No, and it tells you, it speaks volumes when you see that the biotechs are the biggest movers of the day. That should tell you everything, right? So, and sometimes when you look at that and you go, okay, there's obviously some news around it, but that means that people are looking to buy things and to play the market a little bit, and they're not getting those returns and that alpha out of bigger stocks. Then of course they're looking to play the biotechs again. And if you all know me, I'm the biggest biotech trader. I love it, right? It's one of my things. I think it's going to get hot here in the next few months, especially as the FDA comes back into session here.
Yeah, I agree there. Looking a little bit more again, this is Quasar Markets Live's platform that I'm showing you here on the screen. This is my setup here. Quasar Institutional News, one of our premium offerings here. Always has some great information. Can see XPeng has risen 7% here this morning, up 7% to 750.
There you go. Snow back on the highs of the day here, up 1.5%. That buy the dip mentality. Look at the Dow now up 200 points here.
Had a couple of different trade halts already this morning, as we can see.
Dow has just hit
most of them have been in the biotech area, and again, this is right on the Quasar platform.
Snow at a high of the day here. We're seeing the Dow just hit an all-time intraday high here. That's what I mean. The market's not done. I'm still in the bullish camp. I still think we're bullish. I think we should go higher.
Yeah, market, it seems to be holding so far. We're not having that sell-off mentality, without a doubt.
And with Canada now imposing those 100% tariffs on China, China just seems to be the boogeyman out there for the markets right now. And I think you're seeing IBM pulling out. China could be a really bad place to invest right now. And if you see money coming out of the China's markets, where are they going to go to? Right, they're going to go back to our markets. So this could be some of the money you're seeing is coming out of there and coming into us.
Without a doubt, that cyclical change is something to take a look at. Steve, do you think there's going to be? I mean, I know that's one of the reasons you're probably talking about that bond number so much today. Is that with the yen making a resurgence on the forex side versus the dollar, and Japan usually being the biggest buyer of our bonds and U.S. Treasuries. What do you think we'll see today?
Well, Rick Santelli from CNBC always grades. I give them a grading. I think you're probably going to see about a C or C minus. I don't think that there's a lot of appetite for U.S. Treasuries right now. We'll see what Warren does with his Treasuries if he buys more. He likes to buy the dips, right, as well. But I don't think there's a massive what we call the directs and indirects. I don't think there's a massive appetite for U.S. Treasuries right now.
Yeah, and that's what fuels the economy here in the U.S. and to a big part is the ability to have those overnight repos and move money around. So
there we go, 118 now on Snowflake. We've been talking about Snowflake all morning. There it is, 118 now, up almost 2%. That buy the dip mentality has been hot.
It really has. I mean, there's just nothing. Treasury yields still slipping a little bit.
We're starting to see 77.46 now on oil here. The oil market's pushing up just a little bit here. We saw it really slipping earlier this morning, but oil now up 3.42%, 77.47. Bitcoin still holding fairly firm there at the 63,700, and the Nasdaq down 41 points. So we are seeing a little bit of profit taking, and usually see profit taking right at the 10 o'clock hour as pushes. But yeah, we're of course 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, 11:30. We'll see the bond auction, and man, I tell you, I don't know what to do. Gosh, look at that snow, 118.16 now, 2% on the day. Called it this morning.
Slipping down a little bit lower here. S&P holding pretty steady and a little bit up, about a 0.11%. The Dow has taken almost a half a point move up here.
Look at that, snow continue to push higher here, 118.35. There's a big gap there in Snowflake, so that could be what's going to happen here. It could be closing that gap up a bit.
Steve, would you like to show us what you mean by that? If I can give you the screen.
Yeah, just pull up a chart real quick, Hondo, if you can on your side.
Actually, I can't because I don't want to pull that off.
Gotcha.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem. I'll pull it.
My fault there.
All right, I'll pull this chart up for everybody to see.
I appreciate that.
There you go. You can see it. And this is Snowflake, 118. You can see it right there bouncing around right in this area right here, 118.15 here. This is what I'm talking about, 124.09. Look at this huge gap here all the way up to 135. So if they can break above this 118.50, which is what you're looking at, right? You're looking at 118.13, 15. If they can break above this, I'll draw a line for everybody to see here.
And for those that don't know, those gaps mean where it closed and opened between either a day or the weekend, and it's the price that it closed at the end of a day and the price that it opened up at the next day. That gap was formed overnight in the off-market hours. So that is what Steve is pointing out here as he's putting that into the trend line.
That is a massive gap. So if we can break above that 123.87, we'll go higher. But if we can get right above the 118.50, I think now you see here 117.89. You saw some selling here as a little bit of profit taking as we hit that high of the day. But man, Snowflake, their volume is still 2.14 million average volume there, 6.7. We've already seen a third of the average volume already.
Wow. Yeah. It's been volume, volume, volume moving the market here.
All right, Hondo, we are at the 10 o'clock hour, and we'll close this out here a little bit.
Okay. Wow, seeing a new one on volume here. PDD Holdings way down about 26.67% here on huge volume, about 30.2 million shares moving hands here. Let's see if we can find out what kind of news is making that happen here. Big revenue miss. Despite an earnings beat again. So again, PDD down about 26% right now. Another Chinese online retailer. So as you were saying, Welcome back to Quasar Markets Live here. Your host, Howard Hondo Greenberg. I'm going to walk you through. We're going to see a little bit what's going on here in the market. And from there, we're going to take a look a little bit at a couple of the premium options here that we have for you on Quasar Markets Live. As we're looking right now across the board. See, SPY has now actually turned negative here, so the S&P down a little 0.18%. NASDAQ or the QQQ down close to a point here now. So we are seeing things turn a little bit negative here as the morning goes on. NVIDIA probably one of the ones leading towards that. That's down almost 2% on the day now. We see Tesla down about 3.28. As we know, Big Beat was watching snow earlier. That is still holding pretty well here, up 2.92 at 119.24. So that's actually holding up much better than others this morning. We can also see Bitcoin has now taken a turn for the negative for the day, down about 1.25%, sitting right about 63,481. Still up about 9% for the week, but having a rough morning here. I know that Steve mentioned Ripple earlier. That has dropped back below 60 cents here. The Dow is still holding up, though. The Dow is up about 0.28% at about 41,289. Did look like it was going to try to make a run to new all-time highs earlier, but that turned around, and we are seeing a little bit of the dip. We are seeing the VIX, the volatility index, pick up a little bit here today, about 3.6% to about 16.43. So we have that going on. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to switch my charts over, take a little look at some of the hot items moving around today. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Big volume gainers today so far. NVIDIA is showing a lot of volume on it. Here's one for you. ASST, Asset Entities, up 96.3% today. Huge volume pumper here. Average volume is about 2.61 million shares. We're looking at 60.7 million shares traded so far today. So we are definitely seeing some volume, something going on there. Haven't seen any news on it. I was looking a little earlier. Asset Entities is in the social media marketing and content delivery services. So one that I am not all that familiar with, to be honest with you. On the downside, as we talked a little earlier, PDD Holdings, department stores are down about 28% here. That was on an earnings miss. So that's one to the downside that we're seeing here. Like I said, Tesla, another one down a little over 3% here this morning, weighing on the NASDAQ for sure. Trying to see if I see any other news there. Not really. Okay, so I'm going to start to share with you folks a little bit of the premium options here available on the Quasar site. So as we pull this up here, you can see sort of my layout. These are what we call our widgets. And one thing that I have been so impressed in what they've put together for us here at Quasar is the ability to put everything in one place on, basically one screen in front of me. As you can see here, just to show you a little bit about what I have a ticker at the top that runs through some of the more important aspects. I got Bitcoin, the US 100, S&P, Ethereum. I got Euro to US dollars up here. That's coming straight out of TradingView. I also got a few heat maps here at the top of mine so I can quickly look. You can see again Bitcoin down about 1.28% here today. I'm able to quickly, just boom, check on that. And if I click on that, I go straight into TradingView and into the information that they have, sort of their full market look down at Bitcoin in this case, but on anything on the heat map that you hit. So it really provides a nice spot for me to get right in if I want to take a look at the ETFs. That's the next heat map that I have here in front of me. So if I want to take a look, NASDAQ, the QQQ, I can quickly come over here to InvestQ's QQQ Trust, which tracks the NASDAQ. And I'm able, again, to quickly come through and take a look at any of the fundamentals here that come along with that. So really some of the nice features here in Quasar Markets. Again, to the right, I have the heat map for just individual stocks. I have it separated by sector right now. So as you can see, I have electronics or technology here in the top left. I then have other tech services below it, finance, health and technology, retail, and again, I'm able either to come through and highlight one of those, break it down. So now I'm looking at finance. I want to take a look at Berkshire Hathaway and see what Mr. Buffett has going on. I'm easily able to just click and move from that. So again, I'm not having to switch between the 8 screens I used to use. I'm able to keep a lot of this information right here in front of me, right on one screen. It really frees me up to be able to do a lot of different things that I wasn't able to do in the past. Below that, as you can see on the screen, sorry, I just got to get to the side here to make it go down. I have TradingView's chart up. You know, TradingView to me is one of the better charting services out there. What's great about TradingView is, again, if I want to take a look at a chart, I have Apple's 5-minute pulled up here. I can just click on this maximize, and I'm able to get right into my chart on a full screen basis. Again, take a look at whatever I want to look at here. You know, those are just easy functionality for me to be able to pull up to directly from that. Again, U.S. market movers, we were talking a little bit earlier about that. Able to come right here, take a look at, you know, what's the most active today by volume, as I was talking earlier. NVIDIA, Tesla, that PDT. We can look at the biggest gainers. MRM, we were talking about that earlier, a biotech stock that's jumped up 135.49%. We can look at the biggest decliners, Surplus, ALAR, PDD. So again, right off of one screen, I have the ability to get all this financial information directly to us. I have pulled down here on mine a little Forex heat map. I don't do a ton of Forex trading, but I do like just to take a look and see what is going on the US dollar versus some of them, especially with all the talk in the last few weeks over, you know, the yen, the old yen carry trade that was in place for the last 6 to 8 months. Able to take a look here. I've got my Twitter news. I am a big Twitter user, as most of you know. You know, similar to my tweet deck, I'm able to put in here the people we want to follow. You know, you can see how Bloomberg Delta One is talking about Tesla down 3.1%. I've got what's going on Reuters, CNBC, Bloomberg, Market Watch. You know, Wall Street Journal tracks most of the major publications here, their Twitter handles. So again, that news right there in front of me. I do have a screener. It's set to Forex right now, but this is right out of TradingView again. You can have your screener right here on the same spot as everything else. This is Quasar's premium news I have in front of me here. Again, you can see what's going on with XPeng. U.S. Tiger cuts PDD target. That might be why PDD is seeing as the oversell here this morning. I also have Saturn news, Pluto news. I'm able to keep a lot of my news right here in front of me. Another great function that is in here is the option chain. I know that Steve Big Beat worked very closely with Scott Bauer and some others putting together this information, everything you want to see on an option chain. Again, able to pull it up right here in front of you, right here on you know, the Quasar Live website, Trade halts is another one that I have. I think that that's one that a lot of us like to have up there. You can see what's being halted. Is it happening on the way up, the way down? You're also able to see some reasons there. I have, again, another one from TradingView. I have their market fundamentals pulled up here. It's a great one to be able to take a look at a lot of key metrics. As you can see, Apple's pulled up. It has the market cap, 52-week high, what that date was, 52-week low, what was the date of that average volume. And if I pull in here, there is more data that I can pull up. I can grab their financials, take a look at income statements, take a look at balance sheet statements, able to take a look at cash flow statements, again. So anything that I might want to take a look at on a stock from a fundamental standpoint, able to pull it right out of the Quasar Market platform. You don't have to go to 20 different platforms. Another great premium product here that you get with Quasar Premium is Trade Pulse. I'm going to go through over the next couple of days most of the premium products in much more detail. I'll have some people from those companies here to talk with us over the next month or so to let you guys know all the different things we have. Investopedia is built in, so you have right here the dictionary for that. Love it. So you want to know what a 10Q SEC form is, because you've been seeing it under that market fundamentals. You're able to come right in here and go through and see what that is. So again, good insight. A lot of us traders aren't, seasoned experts, don't always know everything that the experts or the talking heads on TV are discussing. Don't be embarrassed. Right here, we have it for you. Again, on Quasar Markets, our goal is not just to give you information on what's happening in the market, but also to help you, with the educational tools to take that information and turn it into actionable trade. Got some sports news up here. Big baseball fan. You can see my Red Sox are up towards the top just to see what's going on here on FanDuel, DraftKings, all of those different sites. I have, for my crypto side, with my crypto background, I do a lot of trading there. So looking at Coinalyze, which is a great functionality of the premium again, the ability to use Coinalyze, which is a pay-for product, normally is part of our premium. You're able to look at perpetual futures. A lot of the information that is really important in the crypto industry has to do with perpetual futures. They tend to trade at a much higher level than the spot market does. It's similar to like options, it's where the leverage trades are happening. So a lot of great information on Coinalyze, open interest funding rates, predicted funding rates. You can do it by coin. A lot of great functionality there for you. We do have an event calendar from AIRA, excuse me, that gives you everything that's coming up. If you want to look at earnings reports, what's coming up next there. You got Senstar, Macmillan, Bank of Montreal, Harvest Group Limited. You can see all of those. So a great, easy way to get right into there. You want to know, what's coming next on the earnings calendar. You're able to do it from here. Same thing, Alpha Captura here. It's got what's going on, durable goods. What was the reports that came in? This gives you what just came in, for financial data. And then a very special database that we will go over in detail later is the Quasar Markets AI module, which is right here at the bottom. But again, you are able to put all of that in front of you at one spot. You're not having to use 17 different programs to do that. All that now integrated right into Quasar Markets. As Steve was talking about earlier, we weren't looking to reinvent the wheel, but we were looking to partner with some of the top, players in the industry when it comes to financial news, when it comes to, trading, when it comes to AI, when it comes to crypto, even sports, weather. We have all that built in. So I am gonna come through today, and I wanted to go through. Give me a second here to pull up a couple of our premium functions here and show it to you. Trading Central is one of the modules that we have within Quasar Markets, and it is one of the premium ones. What I love about it is it has this great way to take a look and sort of visualize for those of us that are, visual in the way that we learn and we see things, and the way that we take in information. They do a lot about social media, and so what you can see what's going on there. You can look for what are trends. Like, here's a perfect example: Boeing negative score when it comes to social media and market trend. Not too surprising there. We know that Boeing has had some situations, probably the worst PR at any company. So you can even break that down. So what has been happening there, and you can see that an overall mentions, which is the amount of negative mentions in the past 24 hours, and comparing that to what it normally has looked like over the last 7-day period, we see that Boeing has 13 negative mentions here. Those are from news mentions, so you can break it down to how many of them are found over the web or through social media. And then what is some of the reasons or the most discussed topics that they've been hitting in social media about it: the dividend guidance, product release, and some of these other things that you can see here. So I thought that this is one of the cooler things that we have. You can also look at it if you're not one of those people that like to look at it visually there and you want it more in a table form. You can take a look here and look at stocks and see that Apple, of course, always has a ton of mentions. Again, a little bit of a negative take on that right now on Apple, and we've seen it reflected in the stock price a little bit today. So a good thing to just a nice little thing there. Trading Central, you then able to have this view, which is called their technical insight view. You can take a look and see what other people are looking at, what's the most viewed bullish. So it's chosen by counting the number of views of a bullish event for an instrument in the last week. So AMD, people have been looking at its CCI index, or its there. It shows you that over the short term, it's shown some strong bullish evidence. Over the intermediate, though, it's been sort of bearish. And long term, it has been more neutral. Gives you some support and resistance sites that it sees. Also shows trending by day. These are some of the ones that we were talking about earlier this morning. MRM, which is a biotech that took off today, shows what's been going on there over the last year or so. Shows some of the bearish stocks, bearish indicators that people have seen out there. So Trading Central, one of the premium functions within Quasar Markets that you do get if you subscribe for our premium version. Again, really nice stuff. They've got some good news too. So a nice news feed again that you're able to connect to directly into the Quasar platform. So that's a little bit on Trading Central. Seeing NVIDIA still down about 2% here. Tesla still about 3.13% down. On some of NASDAQ's top volume winners and losers. SPY rebounded here on the short term, but still, since it hit that sort of double top there at that 561, 564 spot, has dropped back down. QQQ down still almost a point. Bitcoin sitting at 63,238. Okay. Let me get back into my main screen here. Oh, actually, let me go back one more time. I forgot to show you this on Trading Central. This is a strategy builder. So if you were looking, they have some pre-built themes in here that you can take a look at. And if you were looking to, if you in your mind said, as we talked about earlier, defense companies, unfortunately, right now might see a cyclical move in their direction. Part of that, obviously the unrest in the Ukraine, the unrest in the Middle East, and the unrest between China and Taiwan and others. So you can go and they've put together Trading Central, and you're able to see this has top performers in the defense theme. This is over the last 5 days. If you wanted to take a look, it shows you, who are the top performers. You're able to change that if you wanted to take a look and say who's the biggest by market cap. I want to get into those. You're able to take a look and see Leidos at the top, Curtiss-Wright, Kratos. For that, if you wanted to take a look and say, okay, who's had the best price performance in the last 52 weeks when it comes to the defense area, again, you actually see Leidos, followed by Curtiss-Wright, followed by Kratos, then Cadre, L3. I really thought that this was a really cool option there. You're able to look at U.S. home builders, look at it and say, okay, the last 5 days, how have things been performing? Last 52 weeks, who's the best performing in the last 52 weeks? Who's the worst performer in the last 52 weeks? Able to look at debt to equity ratio, always a good indicator. Take a look at that. So again, Trading Central, really a nice module within Quasar Markets. Has this if you're interested in dividends. Excuse me, you're able to look and see what is the dividend growth rate over the last 5 years for funds. What is that dividend yield at right now? What's the stock price at? Help you make some easier decisions. Really a nice screening tool, and they've built that into Trading Central also. So really nice, and you can see how they've got it broken. If you were looking for small cap leaders, this shows you some of the market cap of some of the small caps. What's their 5-day performance look like? Again, what's debt to equity? Really helps you for those investors that are looking for more of a midterm to longer term view, putting together 401ks, retirements, things like that, where you're able to look at categories, kind of pick out your winners and losers, and adjust for your categories. Value stocks, again, by price, per shares, price per earnings. Let's see what we have going on here as I take a look at the NASDAQ. Percent gain, change gainers, still again, number one is MRM in the healthcare side. Neonode, another one up about 25% today. Had given back a lot of that, about half of its daily gain, but now moving up back towards highs of the day. So Neonode. They are engaged in the provision of advanced optical sensing solution for contactless touch and gesture sensing. So high tech, based in Sweden. Don't see any news for them in front of me. Another big gainer today has been a REIT, RITR, Writer Logitech, out of actually Hong Kong. A REIT out of Hong Kong, up about 20.48% today. Palantir down about 1.89 on big volume today. Alibaba down almost 5% on big volume. China been hit pretty hard today across the board. Ford's down 1.33% on big volume today. Here's an interesting one. Four Seasons Education out of the Cayman Islands. FIDU, a consumer service goods company, up 36.56. Like we said, some of these micro stocks acting like crypto meme coins and just absolutely exploding. And that's a company that provides after-school education services in Shanghai. We will be talking with Charlie Moon later this week from Prosper Trading Academy about the emergence of these micro stock pumpers that we really haven't seen in the past, that just are going absolutely insane. Bitcoin down about 1.45% now. Ethereum only down about 1%. Dow Jones still a slight increase, but it looks like headed back to neutral here. VIX still in rising steadily, about 3.72% now for the day. SPY trying to get back to neutral here, down about 0.25%. That's going to do it for this segment here. We will be back. I will be back at 12 o'clock with another look at the markets and go through another one of our premium offerings for you. And then very excited at 1:30, I have Scott Bauer, the CEO and founder of Prosper Trading Academy, coming on to talk a little bit about a trader's mindset and what that is. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Gonna take a look at some charts here. Oh, excuse me. We are seeing red across the board here on a lot of things. Let me switch over here. As you can see on the heat maps here, crypto looking extremely red here. Got a few green when it comes to some smaller tokens, but nothing really. Same thing when you look at the ETFs. Most of them are either fairly neutral to down about 1.14% for the QQQ right now, down about 0.38% on the SPY. Individually, NVIDIA down about 2.18% right now. See Meta's down about 1.53, Amazon about 0.94. So market definitely has slowed down after a decent start. I was going to take a look through a couple of these here on TradingView, just the general chart, see what we do have here. Looking at some volume gainers on U.S. exchanges here. NVIDIA again on high volume. You can see towards the top of the linear regression on the 4-hour chart. Linear regression works a lot like Bollinger, where it tends to show some upside and downside support. You can see RSI on the 4-hour was pretty high there for a while also. NVIDIA has found some decent support just above about 124.35 or so. Tesla, another one, taking a little bit of a hit today, down about 2.83% right now. Just take a look at that on the daily chart here. You can see on the daily chart, got as high as about 228 before pulling back down to 210. Looks like it wants to drop back down to that level. That 210.80 would be a fairly important point to look at there. MRM, one of the ones that skyrocketed today. Not much you can really pull out of the charts there, except maybe that this 739, 731, 739 area that it played at back in July of 23. Not a heck of a lot there, though. AMD, another one getting hit today, down about 2.66%. Right at the midpoint, though, on the daily linear regression there. See what we see on Bitcoin here. On the daily chart, we see we maxed out about 65,165 yesterday. Another one sort of in a danger zone here. It loses about 62.4. Definitely have downside back towards 60. So be a little cautious there. Do still have upside towards the top of that linear regression. Volatility index, VIX, had been up about 3 and change earlier today, so it is coming back. Yeah, coming back down a little bit. So after the sort of nice move up this morning, as it's pulled back, we're seeing the volatility come down. Dow Jones had hit a new all-time high earlier. Excuse me. Now pulling back. You can see down towards the lower side of its daily range today. Okay, let's take a look a little bit more at some of the features here. take a look at some of the news features we have here, or news options within. Quasar on the premium side. What's really nice is the institutional news. As you can see, pretty robust. Talks about Bed Bath and Body Works. Bearish flow noted. Kellanova, CNH. So really, you can skirt out if you want to just know what's going on the economic data. You can sort it by that. See what the Dallas Fed said this morning. You've got a bunch of different coverage of that. Same thing, coverage from the U.S. Fed's GDP Now models, the U.S. durable reports this morning. So right from the platform, you're able to pull the latest economic news out right from Quasar. Click on it, gives you a little burst of it, lets you know what's going on. You know, durable goods were plus 34.8 in July from June. Capital goods. General news, so the Treasury. So the bill auctions were well received, it says. So the Treasury's bond, the 3 and 6 month bill auctions were well received, each priced very well at the lowest rates in over a year. However, that limited demand to some extent. So it does look like there was some buying today. Again, you're able to pull up everything here. What happened on the 6 month? You know, the rate was 4.68. They did 70 billion. 3 month did 76 billion. Rate was 4.98. Again, a ton of market data here you're able to take a look at. Earnings reports, if you want those. Let me just pull some of these other ones out. Tells you what's going on with earnings, able to sort your news by exactly what you want to see. You know, I just want to know about some option stuff going on. This talks about how DocuSign's call volume above normal and directionally bullish. Abermile's put volume heavy and directionally bearish. Got some bearish views on Bath and Body Works. So again, you are able to pick and choose what you want to use there, what you want to take a look at. You have, as I said, that's the Quasar's institutional news. You got Twitter news. You're able to pull that right up. Take a look at stuff here, what's going on. That's, you know, polls from Bloomberg, Reuters, Sky News, Wall Street Journal, Market Watch, CNBC, you know, all in one spot. You're able to pull their Twitter feed right into one spot. You got Pluto News. Again, a lot of information. There's a lot of granular details on businesses. You got Satin News. It's a little bit of everything. So as you can see, you can pull out a really robust level of information directly from the site. You don't even have to leave. Again, the same website. You're all on the same screen that you're working on here, right back into your widgets. Get you right back into your watch list, into your market movers, into your heat maps, into your ticker, you know, without even leaving the site. You're just going right through the same thing. Able to pull it up your option chains. Take a look at NVIDIA's option chain. 8:30 expiry. We're able to pull that right up. What's the volume? What was your trade in that last? What's the bid price? What's the ask price? What's the midpoint right now? What's the open interest? How much volume does it have? So really just a lot of details, a lot of information that traders use, things that I probably had on 5 or 6 different platforms. I'm able to pull up in one spot now. Makes life so much easier. Again, trade halts. That Neo node we were looking at earlier. Looks like the last one, 1156. Excuse me. Trade pulse is one we'll get through tomorrow. But a great premium option here on the Quasar site. Okay, what do we see here? SPY is trying to get even here. So SPY trying to make a move up. Let's take a look at that. Trying here a little bit. See a pretty good sign that that linear crossed through that midpoint on the 15-minute linear regression again. You can see 564 is going to be real sticky for it though. Really starting. Should see resistance starting about 563. See some decent support in that 560, 561 area. Bitcoin trying to make a move back up towards 64. Anything above 64.050 here would be pretty bullish for another move back up to that 63, 64 area. Ethereum. So we are seeing a little bit of an afternoon move tonight. Okay, there it goes, 20C730. So we are seeing a move back up here by everything. Bitcoin, nice move up. SPY hill resistance. So crypto showing a little bit of follow through momentum here. 63,815. Okay, well, I will be back at 1:30 with Scott Bauer from Prosper Trading Academy, their CEO and founder. Talk a little bit about the trader's mindset and taking the emotion out of your trading.
Yes, 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 yes. Wonderful. Can't see you. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Okay. Is it just not set up properly? Or so do you want me to what do you want me to log into your computer real quick? I might be able to do something. Just knowing how Michael sets this stuff up. Send me a team viewer link or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Roadrunner or whatever it is. Yeah. Do you have team viewer on your computer? Just post it in Slack channel there. See you typing. Okay. Hang on. ID. Okay. Password. Okay. All right. Should see me in there. Yep. Yeah, I'm just doing that right now. Okay. I'm just gonna do this for a second. Yep.
Is on OBS. See, that's what.
Okay,
That's
so
what
hang on.
that's what
I'm-
you're seeing. Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm still not seeing you. Maybe that's because we're not live yet.
No, it doesn't come on. That's the problem. So this has
Okay.
been. We figured this out today that this was a problem.
Oh.
When we were testing it, it wasn't a problem because. So what you can do is you can on one of your monitors go to the actual feed on YouTube.
If I do that though, so people out there watching are gonna see both of us, but I'm not
They're
seeing
gonna
you.
see it. You're just not gonna see my beautiful face.
Fine. You know what?
Yeah, that's it. Especially, and that's why the interview is really about the trader's mindset. I'm going to just ask you. These are just general questions.
Right. So I'm not gonna see you here, but people watching are gonna see you.
Absolutely, they'll see both
Great.
of us like we are both there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to kick you out of Team Viewer here.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, and let me get to the right one here. No, 1 second. I need Hondo and guest. Okay, now why are you not showing up? Give me 1 second here. You're not showing up. Could you do me a favor? It's because we went on to Team Viewer. Can you log out and then log back in?
See ya. Okay.
Let's see. No. Give me 1 second here to figure out why. I might need to reload. No.
Do you want me to log?
Let me try refreshing you here.
Okay. Do you want me to log back in there again and see?
So, no, this one I do know what normally has been causing it was a secondary. Let me just do this so I know what to copy. So give me 1 second. I'm going to redo the actual
Okay.
URL. Huh. Yeah, that worked. Look at that. I almost know what I'm doing.
All right.
Scott. Okay, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's just make sure it comes up on the screen. We are good to go. Okay.
All right.
Good afternoon, Quasar Market Live. I am so happy to be here with my first guest, Scott Bauer, the CEO and founder of Prosper Trading Academy, who I'm proud to say my former employer. great guy, and just one of the best educators I've ever seen when it comes to financial stuff. How you doing today, Scott?
I am so excited to be here, be the first one ever on QM Live. I mean, this is going to be awesome, groundbreaking. I'm great. How are you, Howard?
I'm doing great. It's been an interesting day. It looks like we're trying to move up. At least Bitcoin is. QQQ, I can't get moving today.
No, down about 1% right now. Nasdaq was kind of flatlined earlier today, and then it's really getting hit the most out of any of the sectors. I mean, the Dow is still barely positive. S&Ps are down a smidge. The small caps, the Russell, still positive. So, probably, in my opinion, just a little profit taking off of last week's euphoria.
That makes a lot of sense. So one of the things I wanted to do was I was in a chat with you the other day where you were explaining to some sort of newbie retail traders about the trader's mindset, and it's something I know before I started at Prosper, I didn't look at things this way. And I was really what you call a permabull. I just, always was buying with it. It can still go up. It can still go up. And I was hoping that you could really explain to our, viewers what that trader's mindset is.
Sure. So I think first off, someone that's trading in the markets has to understand or has to set out as a goal. Are they trading or are they investing? Because they are completely two different things. And so many people that I come across look at trades more so as an investment. And that's where, kind of this terminology that you just talked about, permabull, comes in, where no matter what, they're buying something with the opinion or the mindset that it's going to go up because the market always goes up. And listen, if you've been long in this market, for years and years, you've done pretty well. But if you're trading, that is different. If you're investing, great. Think about where things are going to be 9 months, 2 years, 10 years from now. If you're trading, I want to think about where it's going to be in a minute, in 6 hours, in 2 days, in a week, that kind of time frame. So, the perma bull, meaning someone that just thinks things are going up, 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 maybe in the long run, you think they are. Great. But if you're trading, maybe you're looking at technicals, you're looking at your charts, whatever it may be, and say, you know what, this stock doesn't look so good right now, even though I like it for the long term. If I'm going to make a trade on it, a short-term trade, maybe, it's okay to buy some puts or sell call spread or, whatever it is. So again, I think so many, especially newer traders, just get locked in to the market only going one direction and thinking about, boy, a stock like Amazon or a stock like Nvidia, I mean, got to have that in my IRA, right? Got to have that in my 401k. Great. But that doesn't mean that you can't trade it to the short side. So that's one of the things I really like to impress upon my students and people that I come in contact with is first thing you need to do is separate the trader mentality from the investor mentality.
Absolutely. And to go even a step further is to understand what you're trading. I can't tell you how many times when I was at Prosper, people would just trade sometimes. They would come to us and say, I did this. Well, why'd you do it? And they didn't even understand what they were trying to accomplish, what that trade actually needed to do to be profitable or to not be profitable. And then having a stop loss, having a target price, where you want to take some profit. So many traders just go in without those setups, and it really sets them off at a disadvantage.
There's no question about it. And I think that as a trader, whether you're a day trader or a swing trader, whatever it is, especially if you're newer, you're anxious. You're anxious to make a trade. You're anxious to get in on the action. You got to feel the vibe. You got to feel the juice. And so a lot of traders will make trades that they probably shouldn't, just because they need to feel that they're in the game, right? So often, Howard, and you know this, so often the best trade is no trade at all, right? If the stars are not aligning for what you're looking at in terms of whatever technical indicators you're looking at, or whatever it else might be, okay, they don't align. Don't trade. And I can guarantee you, after doing this for 35 years, I can 100% guarantee you there's going to be another trade to make that fits all of the parameters that you want it to. But, so many people get caught up with FOMO.
Yeah, and like you said, again, allocation of, funds, not understanding that, you should almost never be 100% allocated because you're
Never.
stuck. I mean, like, it's crazy, And then a second part of that is, I think that you do a good job of talking about and teaching is, if you've got 5 or 6 positions, they shouldn't all be directionally one way, because
Totally agreed with that as well. Totally agreed. I mean, realistically, you're not going to have a balanced portfolio. You're just not. You're not going to have 50-50, bullish or bearish. It just doesn't work out that way. And that's okay. But you're 100% right. If I have 6, 10, 15 positions on, they're not going to all be with the hope that the market is moving one way or the other. That is that is a recipe for disaster.
yeah, that's one thing. And another one that I think I see a lot of times that is a little bit of a misnomer is when people think they're hedging, a bullish portfolio with the VIX. And that's volatility. And, again, something that I didn't understand until I started working at Prosper. So maybe if you could touch a little bit on the difference between the two and why the VIX isn't an actual true, look at a bearish position.
Yeah, so everybody looks at the VIX as the fear indicator in the marketplace, and we know the VIX does move inversely typically to the market. Market goes up, VIX goes down, vice versa. That doesn't mean though that volatility can't continue to move higher even when the market moves higher. Now, in what we saw 3 weeks ago in the, I'm not even going to call it the collapse of the market, the 2-day craziness we saw with the Japan carry trade, the yen carry trade, and when we saw VIX absolutely skyrocket, well, yes, people were buying VIX calls in the hopes that volatility would pick up. Now, when does volatility pick up? Typically, when the market sells off, but it is not a direct hedge against long positions. It is, if you want to say, a hedge against an S&P portfolio, but not against individual equities. If you want to take it and go, that next step further, what you really need to do is look at, any positions you may have in your portfolio, whether it's, anything from commodities to Nvidia, Amazon, whatever it might be. And then you have to look at that correlation or that beta to the S&P 500 to really determine if you're getting a hedge out of your VIX, because the VIX is a 30-day forward look at the volatility in the S&P 500. That's what it is. So, when VIX gets down to low levels, low teens, mid-teens right now, typically it's a buy. When VIX skyrocketed a few weeks ago into the 30s, and we actually saw a print, and I say a print because it wasn't really trading there, but a print in 60 plus handle, it's a sell. But you're right, Howard. That's what it indicates is the level of volatility as just opposed to a hedge against your overall portfolio.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Scott. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what Prosper Trading Academy does. I know personally from having worked there, but if you could let our viewers know what you and Scott and Mike and Charlie and all the boys do over there and how they can get in touch with you.
Absolutely. So we are an education trading academy, an education platform. It's education first. I've been in this business for 35 years, both as a floor trader and as an educator. I learned my way. I learned this business in the pits, like you see behind me here, and I've been doing it for 35 years. Mike Shore, one of our other educators, same thing. Charlie Moon never traded on the floor. Charlie Moon came into this business with a poker background, actually, and applied a lot of the principles and statistics and probabilities from what he did in poker to trading and is unbelievably successful. But what we do on a daily basis while the markets are open is we work live with our students while the market is trading, and we discuss potential positions. We discuss why we may want to do this, why we might want to do this. And yes, we do put out trade signals. And yes, they are, they're traded and we track performance and all of that. But I would tell you for 90, 85% of the day, it's all about the education. It really is. Yes, I know it's my company, but there is not a finer education, financial education company out there. Between what you get from the live mentorship each and every day to our video archives and all of the data and all of the resources that we have. But most importantly, the one-on-one interaction that our students get with professionals.
And I can speak to that. I saw it firsthand. I still talk to a lot of the students in your rooms on a daily basis or a weekly basis that were, students of mine at the time on the crypto room that we had. And, the level of devotion that you guys, work through when someone does make a trade that's outside of the parameters and then says, hey, how do I get out of this? The three of you guys working together, look at all the angles, all the different ways you can try to help somebody is nothing but legendary in the industry. So we're so happy to and that's what we're going to try to do here at Quasar Live is we want to not just bring the news, we want to bring an education to it. We want to teach people, what are you looking at when they make that announcement about durable goods? What should be happening, what are you looking at to happen from it, and how can you make actionable decisions from there?
And what are maybe the best decisions, right? Because we can all collectively, look at something, whether it's crypto, a commodity, a stock, whatever, and say, yeah, we should be bullish here. But then how do you approach it? What is the best way? What is the best strategy? What gives you the best bang for your buck? Rather than just saying, oh, I'm going to buy Microsoft right now at 411.88, where it's trading right now. Maybe there's something else that has better bang for the buck. That's what we're giving to our students.
And that is where you guys separate. I can tell you how many times I would hit you up on Slack and tell you I was looking at, Mara or Riot, Bitcoin
Yeah.
ones. I think it's going to go up because earnings are coming or they're about to announce this or that I would know from my side. And you'd say, give me 2 minutes, and you'd look at it and come back with a calendar call, calendar or a
Exactly.
covered call or whatever it was. That was the right way to play it, as opposed to just buying it on, a buy. So I do really recommend you guys take a look at what Prosper Trading does. It's prospertradingacademy.com. You can find Scott at CBOESIB and on Twitter. Thank you so much for being my first guest, Scott, and I look forward to talking to you next week.
Always a pleasure, man. You're the best.